Alright. Let's get this going. We only got one day until the end of the year. And however long ago I said I was gonna get this store page ready by the end of the year. That's not happening, but I will do something else. Or I guess I will get it done in some other time frame, is what I meant to say. But welcome back to the game development streams for Kitty Found a Camera. I am your host, Found a Camera. And let's get into it. I think a crucial question I should ask is, will the game have gyro support? It's dark. Now I see what people mean when they say they can't see. I think it's because outside, it's a bright, beautiful, sunny morning. My dang, my birds still don't actually properly stop tweeting. Huh. What I should do is add a mechanic to tell what time it is. Okay, whatever. What I need to do is I need to finish up some of the art assets for this area, because I want to figure out what exactly I want for a trailer. Let's see. And also I should figure out what I want the actual UI to look like. Because I have this, so let's see. Oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted. New game. Because yeah, I don't really like this white UI. Because it's just very bland, very, like, default looking. Because it was meant to look hand-drawn. But I drew it too simply, so now it looks just like a default rounded rectangle. I think I'd need, like, less uniform line width or something. Wait, wasn't I... Hang on. The camera was supposed to be rotated properly. What? How did that change? How did that change? Is that because the, what is that because? Hang on. I'm trying to figure out what exactly... You know what I can do? I can add a thing to the camera itself. Okay, so let's go to our intro cutscene. So when we do scene reset, where's our grabber? I think it should be... I guess that's fine. I kind of want it to be that the camera rotates whenever we do that. So, I know. Wait, no, the grabber already has the, we only have the one grabber. Do I want it to control the player's camera or not? Let's see, hang on. This is another soundtrack where I'm going to be constantly fiddling with the volume, but okay. Trying to figure out the best place to put the rotation. Because I just want the camera to be rotated in the correct direction. And that was supposed to be... I did a whole thing with the player where I rotated the camera 180 degrees. Like, if we go back to my camera rig... Isn't this wait, when did this stop being rotated? What the hell just happened? What the hell happened? This is supposed to be rotated 180 degrees by default. Is it because I haven't pulled my latest changes? Hang on. No, but I worked on this, like, Friday. Get... I don't know. Stuff. Oh, jeez. Okay. That's it. That is what it was. Wait, is it? Okay. Also, I like the blinking. I still don't know if you can actually see it on your screen because there's some weird OBS issue where the shadow underneath windows constantly blinks at a steady rhythm for me, and it drives me insane. But okay. I've completely fucked up the things with merge conflicts. So let's see, I need this. There we are. See, I beamed it. Okay. We got new things there. Empty world is what's changed? Huh? No. Okay, and it's these completely inconsequential things, because these animation tracks constantly save their, like, animated properties improperly. Yeah, you can see here the cutscene blocked. These are literally, like, exactly the same. I think this is the difference. It's also precision issues. Oh wait, hang on. I hope that I'm properly, like, deleting all the bits of this. But yeah, another one that seems to be basically identical. I was properly, like, removing these, right? Okay. Thankfully, it was nothing important. And let's make sure the player works right. Yeah, again, absolutely nothing important. It's just precision issues. Oh, wait, hang on. Which one of these? I think we get the... I can't tell which one of these we get. We get one of these. Yeah, you can see that I had rotated it. Okay. And then, let's save and exit. Okay. So now... hopefully Godot doesn't crash. Bush 1... hang on. Fixed dependencies. What? This is supposed to exist. Is it maybe... oh, it's because it's in environment plants now, I'm pretty sure. Or outdoors, bush 1, inner material. Which one am I looking for? Okay. Godot's frozen, but we'll wait for it to work. Plants bush 1.tscn shrub tall. No, they don't. Oh my god. There's like shit blinking around me. This was blinking behind me. Close that. It's literally here. Okay, what was the other one? It was like shrub tall. Where are these broken anyway? Okay. In 1,000 years, when it saves the actual scenes, it should work. Okay, close all tabs. We don't need anything open. Because now the video game should work. And that'll be awesome. Oh, I guess Saturday was the most recent day I worked on it. That makes sense. Because I was worried, like, how the heck have I been working for days without, like, properly pulling the remote repo? But no, I hadn't worked on it at all. But okay, start a new game now. I want to see that intro cutscene actually work. Oh yeah, now we have the little indicator down here. So yeah, when dialogue is done advancing, it tells you that you can press A. Beautiful. And now the camera's pointed the correct direction. And so the player doesn't have to, like, turn around to figure out where they are. That bird is loud. So yeah, now this conversation's a little bit too easy, I feel. Okay. So I think it would be good to... I think the mechanics that I want to show for the scene are... oh yeah, we also have better indicators in the top right for, like, when the player has gotten the correct things. Like, correct time, correct distance. Because I've seen people just, like, completely ignore the indicators. At least the text and the text indicator. Or, like, the text color. I don't know. Maybe the person I was playing with was colorblind. And they didn't read. But yeah, now there's a little check mark and a little X when they're not in the correct position. And when you get it, it fades in. Very nice. And I think... Is that how I want it to be? I think the major thing is get the mailbox done. Get the grass around... Because I want little grass details on all of these properties. Like grass along the edges of the houses and things like that. I'll show you... I know. Hang on. Let's get the car. Okay. I should probably... Hang on. Let's make the volume a little bit lower. So this is what the grass can look like. Because I have a few different things. I have these grass billboards, which eventually I'll figure out how to place them straight upright. For some reason, they still, like, are placed along the normals. Which is not what I want for the actual, well, I don't know. I like it here. I like it when it actually works correctly. I don't like it when it doesn't work correctly, like this grass. It's just incorrect. So yeah, if I can figure that out, that'd be good. But the other thing I like is I just have a simple little repeating texture for like along here. There's just grass along the edge of the whole fence. And I think I can do something similar for most of these, or like most like trees and objects in the area. Because that adds a lot of just detail. But then again, the game doesn't really need it. Like, I actually had some more grass around the other areas, but it was just like, it just didn't feel right. You know, I like the open grass here. Okay, I think a big thing... Let's get the porch done. Let's get the sculpture done. Let's get the mailbox. And let's get, I think those will be my main priorities. And then also the ability to flip the car, I think. Or no. Maybe new textures for the car. Let's get out our to-do list. Camera game. So yeah, trailer. I'm gonna say visuals today. Bill's porch. Car textures. No, mailbox. Those are more important. Oh, I know the real important one. Custom button prompts for PlayStation. Currently, I'm using a PlayStation controller, so that's going to be... Say, custom button prompts would be, yeah, PlayStation first. Then Xbox. Then Nintendo. And it'll be awkward to make the controller work nicely with Nintendo, since A and B are swapped on Nintendo versus the other two controllers. And if you want to be really particular about it, in Japanese, it used to be that circle on the PlayStation was the confirm button and X was the cancel button, but I guess they switched that recently, which is funny because it was designed explicitly to be like the Japanese, like, circle means yes in Japan and X means no. Like, they put that on, like, homework and things to grade them. But okay, I think all of these... Oh. Well, why are these causing issues? Empty world, maybe? Okay. So I want Rita open. Sorry, my brain is kind of lagging behind everything that I just said I was going to do. Okay, let's go to the world. Let's go to Bill's porch. Actually, we need Blender out, because his porch is going to be our main thing today. Okay, world. I see. I really fucked up the game. Okay, green. Okay, eventually we'll do this. Oh yeah, I also have new emotes on Twitch. I made them like proper little faces and things like that. So yeah, there's like 3 kitty emotes, 1 Jackie emote, and then various, like, basically just assets from the videos that I make, and random little characters from them. Speaking of good Twitch integration, I don't even have my chat open. I haven't been looking at it at all. Okay. Okay. So the question on everybody's mind is, what exactly do I want here? Because I'm thinking we want some little sculptures. I'm thinking like turtle sculptures. Hang on. Do none for a stabilizer. So yeah. This is inspired by my brother's in-laws have turtles, or turtle sculptures, that the HOA did not allow them to keep around. Thinking, do I want, like, I want little rocks here, maybe? That'd be nice. Having a little path here. And also here, because you don't want to walk on, whatever it's walking on. Grass. How would you walk on grass to get to your house? That's crazy. But okay, and I'm thinking a nice little table here. Then another chair over here. Actually, what if we made this a long table? Long enough so that the characters aren't awkwardly sitting under the window. And then I know my dad has, he has snowshoes decorating the side of his house. But I think, what would I do instead? What is Bill interested in? Maybe aviation. Maybe he has an old propeller. That'd be fun. Yeah, that'd be cool. Have a little propeller out in front of your house. And then I think of a welcome mat. And then I'm wondering, do I need much else here? I think it would be nice to have a bit of a trim around the bottom of the wall here. I'm literally just basing this on, like, my dad's house. Because he basically has a natural rock thing here that took him like 20 years to make, because he just started it one day and then didn't finish it until like 10 years later. No, actually, it literally was like 25 years. There was a little pile of rocks in the yard for a while. I think I'm gonna skip the turtle. I think the turtle is no longer the vibe here, but I will have some like grass here, basically. To be like, you know, he mows, but he doesn't weed whack. You know, he's not that particular about the state of his yard. Okay, that feels like a house. That feels like something that I want to do. So basically, we got a perfect little strip right around the house here. That's going to be a new thing. This will be like brick. Yeah, it'll be our natural rock formation. And that means I'll also have to have... There's kind of an awkward thing where, because the interior walls are controlled by the exterior wall material, I have to have duplicate materials here. So this is the thing... Oh wait, I just realized how I can do this in a little bit of a better way. Remove this. Just have both of these modifiers, offset it by 2. Then they both go to the like interior material. We can see that if I set this to something. There we go. Now I got a pink interior wall. And so now let's do, I guess let's make... Is this a unique thing here? Okay, yeah. Okay, let's go to Bill's recliner and make it actually like sit on the ground and stuff. Hmm. What if I made it so that this was all duplicated? I see. Add modifier mirror. Do that first. There we go. Oh. I didn't realize that it was on the thing. Oh well. Let's say this will be our bottom. Because yeah, these are... Because I designed this in a kind of dumb way, the chairs have to have their origin where the player sits. I could just change it, but I don't want to. I'd much rather just have a worse overall result. Okay. Do I want arms on these chairs? Yeah. Well, yeah. Hmm. I could. I'm trying to figure out how exactly I want this to then attach to the rest of this. Maybe like that. Mark sharp here. Oh, but because this here is extruded out, this is also marked as sharp, I think. Yeah, okay. If I remove this here... whatever. I have a good idea. What if I just don't have those there? There we go. Okay, so now we can go back to the world. Now we have context for where the legs actually touch the ground as well. Okay. And you know what? Oh, not quite what I want. mirror this thing in 2 directions. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Okay. The reason I can do this is that now I have cubes. Look at that. It's beautiful. Let's do cursor to... No, origin to cursor. See, look at our beautiful handcrafted tables and chairs. You wouldn't want the back of a chair so close because you would hit your head on the wall. Okay. My tea tastes terrible for some reason. Okay. But now I want a thing here. This will be our cool propeller. I just need to figure out how am I going to do it. Generate a mirror here. Why? There we go. And I think what I might do is basically just generate the propeller here. Hang on, let's just look at a propeller in real life. Because I want a classic airplane propeller. Probably dual blade propeller. Yeah. Okay, this is the propeller that we would want. So as you can see, I think I can just do this. And this approximates whatever an airplane propeller would do. Smooth this. Do, I'd say right in here. Okay, I think that's good. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to merge this and apply that. And then how is this not centered? I thought I just made a circle. Ah, well. Merge by distance. Should be able to move. There we go. Wait, why 5 vertices? Should only be 4 vertices, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well. Oh, I see. Because I'm not... Okay, hang on. Merge this by distance. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. Now we got a propeller. That's there. And then this is going to be table. So let's say porch, table. Oh, wait, no. Collision, like that. And these chairs are just where they're supposed to be. Okay. And also get rid of this. And now what I want to do is I want to get my thing here. Let's just get like a little piece of this. Grass bill. Or let's say grass detail bill. Okay. Huh. Oh, I see. Because the back faces, even though the back faces are visible, I can't actually select them. Because they're not visible enough. Yeah, that feels good. Okay. So that's going to be the general, like, way that this works. Oh, wait. How do we... There we go. That's what I wanted. And then what we can do is soon we'll follow the active quads for, like, the other sides here. I'll have this, like, there. Okay. Boom. Have this go around right here. So yeah, this will gracefully merge the barriers of both the grass and the everything that's not the grass. Oh. I guess I'll just make it do a full loop around the house. And yeah, eventually behind these houses we'll have like more tall grass. But when I did it first time, it looked pretty bad because it was just like kind of scattered around. And also my grass unloading thing didn't quite work how it was supposed to. It was supposed to like hide grass when it was far away, but it was kind of not working. Okay. That's good there. Excuse me. And then I think here I'm just going to put a little bit more grass right in here. Also, where'd my little mouse plugin, or where'd my control plugin go? I had a whole thing where like it would show you what inputs I was doing, because that's like nice on a stream. But okay. Because yeah, how else are you supposed to know that I'm pressing G, G, and then C in order to properly get the, like, to preserve the UVs and then extrude this out? But then I move it anyway, so it doesn't, so it's like, it's still stretched. But okay. For now, this should be okay. Hopefully it doesn't peek through. I mean, what is that exactly that's happening there? Because you can see a black thing there. Oh well. Get this. Follow active quads. Follow active quads. I hate how many things in Blender bring up like a secondary menu before they do the thing that I want them to do. Like, it could just bring up this menu. Ah, well, whatever. So now if we go back into here, we should have more stuff. So our main things would be, let's actually make the UV maps for this as well. Oh wait, no. Wrong place. There we go. Oh, mark seams here. And I think in here, what I would do is, oh. Have these as seams. And then what I can do is unwrap this like that. Ta-da! I don't want that. First things first. Get these to be a little bit bigger. I think that's going to be as big as I can get them, since I need them both to be, like, equally sized. Good enough. Then the rest of this, I can just throw it anywhere. But yeah, really, as you might imagine, the propeller fronts, or the front and back of the propellers are the star of the show. Okay, so the textures that we need are the rock wall. Oh yeah, we also need a little path here. Let's just grab a little segment of this. Selection. And then center to surface. Oh, I see, because it's up here. Okay, and then we attach that to here, like that. Look at that. And I'm thinking we just kind of slap it into here, like that. And then we do, something like that. Nope. Okay, proactive quads. Yeah, basically right. Is about what I want? Yeah, that seems okay. Hang on. Reset this one, and then... Then we follow active quads. There we go. Now it's a little bit more sane. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. And I could do like a nice... Hang on, I'm also going to say this is going to be bill, or path, bill. So yeah, I think there's a few things I want. I want a new material for Bill's porch, so that's going to be materials. Porch chairs, porch table, foundation, lattice, rock trim, path, so stone path. Okay, world. And I think... Oh yeah, the propeller. So yeah, let's do all of those. Can't open file grass texture. Can't open grass material. Not found junk house. Is it gonna, like, fucking work? There we go. Okay. So trash can has been broken. Well, it doesn't need the... Ah, well, whatever. Why is every single thing here? Like, I moved these in Godot, so that it should have the power to, like... Like, okay, now it works. Was there anything else that had issues? So see, grass material, dependency editor. Yeah, there's something weird with these as well. There's more and more regressions, which is kind of insane because I haven't updated Godot. It's just the same Godot that I've been using for like 6 months. Like at some point I changed from 4.6 beta to 4.5. Yeah, like this is from November 8th. How am I still getting new regressions? But okay. For now what I'll do is, let's get our grass trim. I guess it's called grass detail. Like that, yeah. And we can see here, it didn't work as well as I intended it to. But otherwise it'll be good. Did it. There we go. And hopefully that those properties are saved. Okay, that's good. At this thing, just put for now the path. Boom, good enough. Do I? Yeah, you know, that's fine. Okay. Our interior walls, actually. Why are these? Oh yeah, because the because we can literally see it on the wall. Can Godot please like click the thing that I'm clicking on? This is supposed to be there. Then we'll remove that for now. And what I'll do as well is when we do a scene reset now, I need to have that properly set up in the photo challenge. Because yeah, if we go to this animation player, resetting should do surface material 1. Okay, yeah. Scene setup should also set this here. No, it should not create a reset track, actually. Hang on. Because, yeah, basically, it'll have been this color, and then we change it to whatever else the color is. And then also, I need a porch wood old. Or let's say that, or something like that. Okay, let's get started. For the porch chairs, how do I want these chairs to look? I think I want just a simple older wood. Let's say maybe this color. Because I'm trying to figure out. Hang on. Grid. Actually, might need more grid than this. Well, this will be fine for now. I just had a good idea. Do this once, because I need these lines to be relatively precise. Then just repeat it. Okay, so this is now lines. And so for now, let's call that good enough. I'm starving to death. What do I need? Environment, textures. So this would be like a bill. And I'll call this like porch chair. And I may need to, I will need to figure out how to actually make the legs look good with this as well. But okay. Porch chair. Let's do like a triplanar world. Or triplanar local. And then if I did chair. Is that good enough for me to not even bother? No, that's not really good. Yeah, I should probably just do a standard UV. And then I'll just, oh, right. Let's do UV editor. Let's reset this and then let's see how that looks. Because then what I can do is I can just put the other, like I can just put the legs somewhere in this material. Take your time, good OGs. Okay. So that, feels good enough. Then for these, what we do, unwrap angle based. Flip them this way, so that way they have like seams as if they're like multiple pieces of wood rather than these little awkward little chunks. Or so then they're like, you know, one or two pieces of wood seamed together. That feels fine in terms of like the actual shape of it. I'll need to make the wood look good, but we can figure that out by first of all, that. So that way the upper part here will be brighter. This... I mean, first of all, this color is not really doing it for me. That's way too bright. Hang on. Is that going to be okay? Let's see how this feels. And what I'll do is, you know, this deep dark gray here doesn't really fit at all, but I'll figure that out in like 10 seconds. Because what if we did like this color instead? And then suddenly it looks more like wood. Look at that. See, now it's wood as it's supposed to be. And we can also see the texture is mirrored. Hang on, I'm going to do... when we mirror, I'm going to change the UVs. No, but I should change just the U, not the V. Yeah. So that way it does that. And then what I'm going to do is let's mirror the U, or let's offset. Well, actually, I think I can change this just to make it like not quite a perfect match halfway down the middle. Yeah, like that. So now it feels a bit more seamless and a bit more like visually interesting. A little less symmetrical as well. Okay, so that means chair's good enough for me. Do I want to do anything fancier with this? I think I'll also do a little bit of, like, get this material, get a little bit of, like, a lighter color here. Like that, maybe, and then, like, well... What if we just were ever so slight about it? And then we would have, like, random bits as well. So what would I call this? I just call this, like, shading. And then, I guess we just do the noise on top of that. We don't got a lot of pixels to choose from, but this way just gets a little bit more texture. And I can do as well the oil paint filter, so that way the noise is a little less like pixel and more like I don't know, spread out, diffused. Ta-da! Now we have a chair that doesn't really fit his porch. I think they need to be, I think it just needs to be a little bit darker. Or maybe, no. I'm going to make this darker. And probably these should be like logs instead. Do I want to do anything with that? I could do... Huh. Yeah, you know what? I will do. Bark. What if we have these be straight up just bark? I don't mind that. Because, yeah, it's going to be a bit more rustic looking. I think. Also, I'm curious if the grass should be... You know what? I will make the grass invisible during the old version. Because, yeah, basically, here, when we reset, this will be visible. But then, when we set up our scene, his grass has been trimmed, and these will not be this wood material. Scene setup. And then we'll have the white. No, we'll have Bill interior. What will we have actually? Trim old. That's what we need. So hold shift when clicking to skip this dialogue. We don't need a reset track here. Because yeah, now what it is, this is the modern house, and eventually this will be fixed. And this is the house as it used to be way back when. Which also means that I want these porches and things like that to not be here either. So yeah, let's go back to reset. Oh, and the propeller obviously would not be here. There we are. So yeah. Right when they moved in, the house looked like this. Look at how happy they are. Then, over the years, they got more stuff. Isn't that beautiful? The march of life. Oh, right. Hang on. We need to fix the UVs on our... yeah, I gotta fix those now. Otherwise, I'm not gonna, like, remember to do that. Oh, and it's only this one. Okay. Okay. Here. Oh. Okay, I guess they're all scaled now. So they should be just a little bit better. And not have that seam at the top. Okay, now let's do the natural rock wall. So this one, I'm going to splurge a little bit. I'm going to create a darker wall up here. Or basically like a darker wood color about that color perhaps. This would be like trim. So this will be, let's say Bill rock trim. We'll have some mortar basically here, and then we need rocks. They're going to be mostly the blue sort of color that we got here. But then we'll have like different mixes of rocks, like not sure exactly. What colors of rocks are there? Hang on. I'm going to look for a natural rock trim. and see if I can even see something that's similar. Okay. So yeah, because we got yellow, we got dark, or we got gray, we got whitish rocks. Yeah, let's get some just random colors in here. And I'll try to figure out how to make these all work together. In fact, these should probably be in a different layer than the actual trim itself, so that way I can just, or like the mortar, so that way I can make that, like, do its own thing. I guess let's not go the exact same tone. Oh, actually, yeah, this is wrong, I think. I think it should be about here. Or no, it should be almost completely unsaturated. And then, yeah, this is going to be like mortar, rocks. And every rock might be a slightly different color. Like one here that's a little bit darker, a little bit more desaturated. Yeah, I have no idea how I'm actually going to make these look good. In fact, I should probably focus on, first and foremost, the shape of it. Oh wait, I'm already fucking it up again. I have a good idea. Okay. Just get the rocks looking right. So we need, like, lots of little rocks, as you might imagine, in here. Honestly, with just one color, it's looking better. I think just having the shapes here, it's now, like, in my brain, it's like, okay, that's what this is meant to be. It's meant to be, like, you know, rock wall. Hmm. I should not be scribbling if I have a paint bucket. Yeah, I think it was a wise choice to do all of the same colors. Rather than trying to figure out the colors and the shapes all in one go. Though I think, honestly, I should probably swap the rock and the mortar color. Because what I'm thinking is, get all of this. Do that. Get that. Go here. Here's where we do that. Does that feel more like what I want it to be? Maybe. Though, of course, what we need now is our random noise. I'm realizing I also didn't, if we go back to my chair. I didn't actually set this to a multiply layer, but because the opacity is so low, it basically didn't matter anyway. Ah, well, that's fine. It just adds a little bit extra. Okay, so now let's just add some, like, simple shading here. Let's keep the opacity the same. Well, do I want to change the rock shapes first? You know, because I could do, like, you know, a few different shades of blue and stuff. Or, like, you know, have one rock that's, like, orange or something. You know, just have a range of colors. You know, some that are, like, brighter, almost to the same degree of as the thing there, and then, like, I don't know, deeper orange or something. Yeah, I like that color. I like how this is looking now. And we can still have a few gray rocks like this one. But okay. Then we can just slightly amp up these colors here. We can go a little brighter than that. That's not quite the color I want. I'm gonna go with this color still. There we go. And yeah, we'll have our rocks mysteriously shaded from the top left-ish. And also this casts a shadow on this. Okay. And then I'm thinking having shadows underneath the, in the mortar would be good. But okay. We have just about everything done, except I will also shade this a smidge. Oh, right. I'm gonna use ones there. Okay. That looks kind of neat. And then here, let's do blue and darker, like that. Huh. Where the heck is our... There it is. Sometimes it can't let me scroll. Okay, but we need to be a little bit darker and a little bit less green. I think if we go all the way over to here... that's too far. No, it's too green, though. What if we go the opposite direction? No, I think I just need to, like, lower the saturation. The issue is, this makes it hard to figure out. I think... What if we just make it a little bit less dramatic? There we go. That's good enough. And it feels blue now because I'm basically just desaturating it. So going from yellow to gray feels blue. Oh wait, I forgot to shade this one. Ah well. I'll do that soon. Basically, I'm just going to put the mortar in our correct place. Thankfully, there's like 12 rocks in this entire thing. How did I miss so many rocks? Like, this is not a very complicated scene here. Okay, what was the other rock that I missed? This one. Just make it a little bit brighter, a little bit more yellow. That barely changed. That changed a little too much. Nah, whatever. Good enough. Okay, and then if we put this noise back on, I think I want this to be a little bit more, well, a little bit less. Hard to gauge what exactly I want here. Okay, that seems good enough. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some trim, get this wood texture here. Ooh, a little too yellow. I think, what if we go a little bit more this direction? I think this this greenish color was not the right choice here. Ah, well. I'll figure it out later. It's hard to actually see because the sun is shining so brightly through my window. I guess I can just close the blinds. Okay, yeah, I'm not a fan of this color. Let's get something more like this, but a bit in between. So a little bit darker, a little bit more this color, maybe. Yeah. That's good enough. Actually, as well here. Get that like that. So that way it's clear that there's some shading there. And then here, let's go almost black. To clearly indicate that this is low now. And actually I just realized I didn't properly shade this rock. Because yeah, all rocks should be at their tops shaded by the rock, or shaded by the wood. There we go. Now we need to get that onto here. New material. Okay. Bill. Porch trim. I'm realizing I could have just put this trim on the outer material itself. Well, no, then I'd have to figure out the UV coordinates of it, and it'd be a bigger hassle than it's worth. What I'm going to do instead, unwrap, no, yeah, reset this. Follow active quads. Oh, wait, there we are. Alright, so now we can go to Bill and... Oh, wait, no. Textures, Bill. I think this might be... hang on. I'm going to make this a bit darker. And then what I'm going to do is filter... with saturation and contrast. Yeah, because we don't need the hue to be messing this up so much. Okay, lower the saturation there. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. So now if we go back to here, okay, standard UV, trim, and this is going to be fill, rock, trim, material. Oh, I just realized why. In Godot, only text-based resources get their, like, references to files updated properly. So, like, these materials, if I move this texture, everything that is not a dot material will know that it's moved. Okay. Because it must do some sort of, like, text search rather than, like, going through the references in the files. But okay. So now we can key this, because when we scene setup, this is what the house looked like, and then this is what it looks like now. And we might want to also change the roofing. I don't care that much. I gotta be reasonable with myself. Okay, that looks kind of neat. These have, like... I just don't like their contrast. Yeah, I just need to make the floor paneling first before I go too crazy with that. So yeah, for the floor paneling, I wanted to go the same direction it's currently going, and that was vertical. So yeah, let's get our lovely wood color in here. That's going to be too dark. Or that's going to be... something or other. It's not going to look right. Say like this. Well, this is already, too dark already. It feels too rounded, like logs, rather than, wood planks. Oh. Wrong things. Don't need that anymore. We got all of that in. Okay. Okay. Let's call this porch. Okay. So this has make unique, save as, porch material. Why does this use that? Hang on. This should be using that. What? Oh, I'm using a shader ink. Okay. Triplanar. There we go. Then I can do my porch wood. And let's save this as porch. Okay, is this feeling right? It's feeling a bit closer to what it's supposed to be. And then here, I'm going to make this the, what wood material do I want here? For now, I can just do that. It's, yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, we also need a doorknob material for this. Or, yeah. Hang on. We need, I think, an arbitrary number of slots on here. That's going to be kind of annoying to set up because I basically need to, I could create a backwards compatible thing where I, like, can migrate. So what yeah, I'll do that. I'll just do, like, class, material, let's say custom material, and it'll have, like, var, models, array, 3D, and then var material, or like override material 3D. I guess just material. And then anytime we check anything, we would need to update this, but that's okay. But okay, and then what I'm going to have instead is exports var customization or overrides array custom material. Or let's say material override. So export type can only be built in, a resource, or a thing. Let's export or extend. There we are. And I think that means I export these. Like that. And then what we can do... Oh, node export is only supported on node-derived classes. Oh, I see. Because resources automatically have their things there, I'm assuming. But okay. Now we can actually have this here is our thing that we can properly set our custom materials in. So we can have like a... Oh, thank you, Godot. So for some reason, we can't actually... It doesn't properly tell us that this material override is here. Ah, well. And actually, this needs to be a node path. Anyway. And you know what? I'm just going to add a button to add another node path. If it's not going to give me one. Export button. Export tool button. Add override var override equals and override, and this will be function add override, overrides dot push back material override new. But okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom and get my tea and food and stuff like that. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to get some, like, granola bars or something, because the only food I had at the ready was chips and dip and cookies. But okay. So we have our new sophisticated system, and now what I should have is the ability to add a button. So we can close all of our tabs. We can go back to the door. What I'll do is I'll actually, yeah, I'm fine with this. Let's go to visuals. Let's just put in here door knobs, rework, custom material system. Actually, what I'd want to do is instead of having the custom material slot have this, so I'd actually want this to be called a material slot. And we would do, instead of override, slots. Because what we would have instead is not the override there, but the export var materials array material. Because basically the slots will not change when you like inherit the scene. Instead, you change the materials in the array. And then I'll call this add slot. Then for s in slot, for node in slots, no, in s dot models, if has node node, actually if not has node, push error, no such node. I know. For I in s.models.size, if not, or if I is greater than materials size, or not materials I, continue. Because basically we'll do materials dot push back null. Yeah, node material override. Actually, this will then be let or var n equals s dot models I. Okay. So basically now, we set the material there. And also, there we go. Now my music's working. Oh, I see. I didn't ever actually set that properly. So this should now update that. And I think when we enter the tree, we should also set our materials properly. So I'm just going to do that as like function ready, check materials. And what I can do is I can slowly, over the process of making these... Oh, wait, we can actually set... I know what to do. I'm going to not have this here. Because what I'm going to do is just make the slots work. Like, basically now this takes priority over this, but this information is saved so I don't have to like recreate all of the materials and remember what things are overridden. But yeah, so basically our slots will now be a thing that is consistent and exist forever on each instance of a node. Materials is the thing that you're meant to override and alter. Okay. That seems good. I don't even need to deal with that for now, though, because I'm not going to add the... Because I'm going to do all the, like, doorknobs and things all together. I don't like that it has the, that there. But okay. So now we have that. And we can, that should have done something. Oh, I see. The export, like, tool buttons are kind of jank. Did that work? Okay. That did work. What I'm going to do, filter... Oh, wait, no. Other noise. Then, filter other... Actually, what if we blurred it in a direction? And then what we can do is multiply this. And also what I want to do is I think make this a bit brighter, because I want the noise to take a bit more precedence now. Like that. And then I'm going to do... What if I oil paint this? Will that completely change the... Yeah, that changes it too much. I like the streaks. But what I'm going to do is turn down the saturation a little bit. There we go. Okay, how does this look? I like that. It adds plenty of contrast. It matches that reasonably well. Yeah, now we need this lattice here to be the same thing. Because, yeah, we're going to need... I don't know how I'm actually going to do the materials here. Actually, I do know. I'm going to split this into two separate models. So basically, now we're going to have... I think, apply this... Oh, wait. We don't even have a modifier. Okay, interesting. What I'm going to do... This is now a custom thing. Yeah, there we go. House 1. So now this is going to be our foundation collision. Actually, it's going to be foundation.sbody. And what we're going to do is generate solidify 0.1. And we don't need the rim. or we don't need the interior, because basically what I'm doing here is just making it so that now we have this foundation material. Oh, I see. Because the floor no longer aligns with this thing. Because yeah, now, this floor does not actually go outside the house. Yeah. Because now the foundation is independent of that. And this makes my life easier because, now I can the floor is completely separate from the foundation. I can change the materials however I see fit. I guess that should be a little bit outside of there, like that. Are these not... These aren't aligned properly? What the fuck? That's insane. How did my life turn out this way? But okay, I think that's fine there. And then what I'm gonna do... Oh yeah, because now all of these are always inside. There. And hopefully the walls have the decency to not poke into, or the porch foundation, whatever it is, doesn't have, or has the decency to not show its face here. Also, I see it's still misaligned. Yeah, this whole thing is just rotated at an angle. 0.29. Okay, that's what it was. That was the whole issue. And now it's my problem to figure out how to make it work. Ah, well. Yeah, that's fine. Also, this album has too many words for me. Okay, this'll be fine. But okay, now we have a totally separate system. So I can have the porch material. Should actually have the lattice. Okay. So I'm thinking... Actually, how do I make the lattice how I want it to be? Yeah, well. There we go, okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Huh? I'm going insane. There we go. Okay. Do I want anything more with this? Why is this not? Okay, there we go. Then what I'm going to do, merge all of these down. So how do we rotate this? What exactly do I want here? I think I want to scale it by -1. How is it already? It was already off center. Okay. What I'm going to do, alpha scale this a little bit less. Oh, wait, no. A little bit darker like that. There we are. And then even darker still. Okay. So this is kind of what I want. Now what I need is to figure out how to make this do what I want it to do, which is basically I guess just keep making it thicker and thicker. I probably should have done this before. Oh wait, but because these go all the way up, this isn't going to be that hard. In fact, I'm just going to do this. Yeah, because there's only like 4 lines here. Perfect. Oh, I see. Admittedly, what I probably could have done to make it look more seamless and pretty and etc. is make this just make the texture a grid and then rotate it 45 degrees in the UVs. But then I'd have to figure out how to rotate the UVs of a of my like triplanar shader. And that seems like a lot of work, so I won't do it. Okay, let's make this just a smidge darker, a smidge more blue. Because now what I'm doing is making it unique. Well, actually, no. This is too dark. Or this is slightly too bright. We need a bigger triangle, hang on. I need more precision here. No, that's the wrong way. That's about right. Okay. Because what I want is the ability to do like this. There we are. And actually, wouldn't this in back here be more just like gray or something? Like, it wouldn't actually be that dark because it's just like on top of concrete or something? I don't care. Let's just add filter. Back to our classics. Okay. How does this look? Eh. Okay, lower saturation, more lightness. And I think, honestly, this whole thing here, this needs to be a bit darker. Yeah. Because then we just give this the same treatment, pushing it down a little bit. Okay. And actually, for this one, I want the same wood trim here. Or yeah, we want a wood trim here. Like that. And then, let's say, actually, let's do the lightest shade here. There we go. Okay. So this is now porch lattice. So yeah, now the real tragedy begins, which is I have to figure out how to make this thing. Let's remove that. Oh wait, no. Porch lattice. What am I looking for? Decor textures? No, textures. Bill. Lattice. Okay. Follow active quads. Actually, I think what I can do that would be better is instead of trying to do that, I just do 2. And then I'm going to set the origin of this to center of mass. Oh, wait, no. Origin to 3D cursor. Because I can do a triplanar here. And in fact, I'll do the same thing to this one, where I need this to be the exact origin. And then for this one as well, I need it to be there. I'll show you the reasoning behind this. I have no idea how meshes don't have tangents, especially since they're being imported from Blender, but that's okay. But okay. Yeah. Godot is insane with how it actually calculates what object you're clicking on. But okay. S-bot. Oh, wait, no. That's not what I need. I need porch. And then what we need is the porch lattice on the wall. There we are. And look at that. Look at how nicely it matches. I didn't even, like, properly test the colors, but they somehow are, like, perfectly hued and valued and everything. But yeah, okay. Now look at this. It's like a proper house. It's like a house that has things on it. I mean, admittedly, the blue and the very dark brown don't really gel together. But I could make his house just a bit more wood-shaped. Because we have this color here. Or just make this like a tan or something. Or like a... You know, something a bit brighter, or a bit darker, whatever it is. Yeah, what do we need exactly? Okay, that's kind of a nice color. And then what I'm going to do here is add, this is what, trim old? We're going to do bark for now. Nobody will even know. And that does mean that, let's go to our, whatever it is. Old Wilson House. So yeah, now our reset does all this. When we've seen setup, I'm gonna keep the, I'll keep the door frame. I can't be bothered to do everything. Well, actually, no. I will keyframe this. So that's material 1 here. And I need a separate door material there, but oh well. Okay, now it's going to be trim old. So yeah, here's the old house. Here's the new house. Okay, our last thing that we actually need is, so... Got porch chairs, porch table... No, we didn't get the material for that one. Well, That's good enough. I don't care. It's good enough. Foundation lattice, rock trim, stone path, propeller, porch wood. Okay. So last but not least is the porch wood, or the propeller. Export that as a... I guess... Oh. Environment, textures, bill, propeller. Oh. I had to switch to standing mode for a bit there. Okay. So I think the main thing I want is a little yellow band, or a yellow-orange band right here. Oh, wait, actually we need to, first off, let's do like 128. Yeah, that's plenty of texture. Yeah, good enough. And these attach like somewhere like here. That's probably fine. And then, what else do I even need here? I think what I'll do is actually have 2 noise filters. Because the first one is going to modify this one. Oh, wait. And what I'll do is blur this in the like in a 45-degree angle, basically. I guess the opposite of 45. 135. Okay. Because what that'll do is that, and then I'll also add some extra details here of like slightly darker material. Just going in like a swoop, kinda. We need this to be, let's do a multiply. There we are. Then very faintly. Okay, basically, I just want some like cool wood grain to make it clear that we are moving along the grain of the wood. Also, the fact that these are not going in the same angle as their noise now, it's a bit awkward. Okay, and then I'm going to add an extra layer of noise. Other random noise, a little bit more. And this one, we're going to do an oil paint filter. Like that, probably. I'll keep this around because I'm pretty sure that, oh, wait, what? I should always keep these created documents around because you never know when I want to, like, change something or make it look better. But okay, now we can go to here. Propeller. How nice. Speaking of, I forgot to make the centerpiece here exist. So I'll just do a copy of this. Which one of these is the yellow? What? Okay, so this is supposed to be yellow. I guess it's just really dark. Because of this? What? Oh, I see. When did I set the... Oh, yeah, because of the wood grain. Right. Speaking of, I should probably add some lighter tones to the wood grain as well. Because, yeah, it doesn't come across as really anything here. Yeah, I'm going to do some fading. Let's just do like a very dark blue. That's not going to look very good. But I can't be bothered to do better. Good enough. I'll need to figure out where the actual, like, light points or highlights are on these things. Right-ish place. Okay. That's fine, and then I'm going to just do a little bit more, like a slightly light yellow underneath the wood grain. Oh. Let's see this. Yeah. I'm not writing home for it, but it's okay. Okay, so that is the propeller material done. Ugh. Is this gonna load? Okay, let's take a minute to admire my work. Can I just, like, I wish I could just disable those notifications forever. Because, like, there's already the debug area. Like, there's already a box for the messages. It doesn't need to block, like, all of the UI to give me those messages. But okay. Now the house looks more like a house. I think it gives a better vibe for him. He's like very deliberately rustic. Very woodcrafted man. And that's very like, you know, now it's just a lot of different character now. Hmm. Oh. The cones say no. And if there's one thing you respect, it's the rule of law. Otherwise, the cops won't have jobs. There's also some slight UV jank with this car. But yeah, I'll need to do a nice texture on it anyway. Because I'm thinking, for example, I should probably remove this line right here. So that way we can put more, like, text here. Because I'm thinking it should say, like, baby car or something like that. Okay. Let's drive this way. It's actually pretty easy to get over. And if you drive over here... No. Wait, but you were supposed to be on the other side. And then that still works. Awesome. This game is extremely inconsistent in its style, but oh well. If I wanted to be consistent, I should have, like, made a plan for how it would look. Also, I should give a park bench a material. I should give this random thing a material, I think. Okay, the mailboxes are probably the next thing to do. And I should probably put, like, a little bit more effort into the material for this car, but I don't care. It's good enough. Whatever. Okay, hang on. And this thing, let's do just, like, wood. No, porch. Wait, what the heck is this wood? Castle wall 1. So we already had a wood texture that I just haven't used anymore because we don't have a castle anymore. But okay. We just have a little wood table. And also, all of our houses now need, the custom material, which is going to be, porch? I guess it's just going to be, hang on. It's going to be a triplanar. Oh, wait, I see. Triplanar local. There we are. Shader parameters, porch. Okay. Save that as, wood trim. And I think it's a T-res, but that's okay. I don't know why it lets me save as a T resource or like a not T resource if there's any benefit to doing one over the other, or I hope there's not. But okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna do all the wood in here, and then let's do, what else do I want? Yeah, we'll need to do the interior soon. But for now, I think I can do, all of these boxes as, like, wood. Just to, like, hide any of the... Oh, wait. There we are. Wood trim? This is our beautiful, beautiful house. Do we want anything fancy with the ceiling? I think that's fine. Yeah, we'll just have a nice rustic little house. Yeah, this way it's a lot less annoying looking. Or it'll be a lot less noticeable in a trailer that the interior of the house is all wood. Okay. Yeah. Mailbox time. We don't need that. Oh, wait. PNG. Okay. And I'm also going to turn down my heater. And even crack the window. Oof. For some reason, my left shoulder is hurting. I don't know why. But okay, I guess it's because I have my keyboard, like, basically, I have a tablet and my keyboard, and I have to move my keyboard to put my tablet in a comfortable spot. So then I have to reach with my left hand up to the keyboard. But okay, I need the texture for the outdoors mailbox. There we are. So first of all, I'm going to cram this down to 512. So how do mailboxes actually look? It should probably have the address on it. Oh, right, we also need all the, like, town indicators. But okay, first things first, I'm going to put the little indicators on all of these. I'm pretty sure it would be... For each of these, let's just put a little thing like, Make this a Krita document. So I'm pretty sure this was the top of it, so that means that this should be the side that faces toward the postman. Wait. Environment, textures, outdoors. There we are. Okay, yeah. They're all in the correct places. Except for this one's a little bit too far down. In fact, are all of them... I think the white one could also be a bit closer. Okay, and then this is some sort of mail group thing. This is the scientist's mailbox. So let's do the front of all of these. How does the front of a mailbox look? It should have a little tab thing to grab it and open it. And then it should have I guess that's the main thing. I guess that is also where the numbers could be. Yeah, let's do that then. And I'm fine with these colors. Oh, wait, no. Front. And I will infer from context that the side that is not marked as the back is the front. Okay, so, now I just need to remember whose mailbox is whose. Okay, Carlson is that one. Let's get out my map. Should be in concept art. Addresses. Good, okay. So 304. Is the Carlsons, and that's this one. 3 0 4. And I think we just have like a... Actually, put that on like details. And also, this might come as a shock. Let's do oil paint. I guess that's about what I want. And then we do hue saturation value. And here, I might control it. I guess I'll do that, and then we'll do, like, just lower the opacity here. There we go. So that way they all have a little bit of grit to them. Which, admittedly, I'm still not entirely sure if that's, like, a good idea. But okay. Whose mailbox is the gray one? That's the empty mailbox, which is 305. And I kind of like the idea that each of these has its own, like, rules to it, basically. Hang on, how do I get the tool options here? Foreground color, no outline. Ah, well. 304, 305. The white mailbox is the Westons, and their address is this one, which is 302. I should probably have these have, like, not completely black opacity. Hang on. Wait, what? Can we FE that whole selection? Boom. There we are. And then what we have here is like a 70% opacity or something like that. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. Then Carlson's is the yellow mailbox. I forgot. Because they haven't changed their mailbox. Advanced lore. What did we do? What did I just do? Oh, I see. What was this address? 301. And I need to put the numbers somewhere. Don't I have that as like one of my things? Like, so yeah, we got the joint mailbox. Oh wait, let's say model material. Power lines, lice, house numbers. Okay. And so now what I'm going to do is shading as like a multiply. Because I'm thinking, I'll be fine with this. Do like a dark blue. Actually, what if I just make that 1 and then just like do this in a more reasonable way? There we go. We're gonna have like little seams here as well. There we go. So now it implies some sort of shape here. And eventually I can even have like highlights. Did my dang music die again? It did. Okay. We no longer need any of this. And we basically don't even need this either. Because, yeah, we don't even, like, we're not really going to have that much crazy stuff on here. I mean, I guess I could do something fancy where, like, some of them have their name, but they're also packed together. Doesn't really matter. Wait, also, I want the shading here for this little thing. Let's actually remove that. Now we can have shading. That was exactly the opposite. I was holding Alt to select something that was not this. Okay. It didn't work again. I pressed the Alt button. There we go. That took more time and effort than ever imaginable. Oh wait. Shading should be there we go. And our next step be to figure out how to get these things. Well, actually, let's also do some highlights. I'm thinking a soft light. Let me just do like a yellow color right here. So that implies that there's some sort of contour here. Okay. There should be a PNG, or a JPEG, I should say. But okay. Yeah, look at that. They're not especially good looking, but they look like mailboxes. Okay, the next ones then are going to be this one, which I guess the way that it would work is what the heck is this? Is this F? Is this the front with the top? Why did I put a line here? It looks like an E. Okay, because the top, we don't need, there's not a single thing that I need to do with the top of this. Also, call this noise. And this will be like detail background. Okay, and we don't care about this. And so we don't even care about these two either. Yeah, we can just remove details of inconsequential things. Like, we don't need anything here. Instead, eventually, we will do something with the front and something with the back. Okay, so now I need a, like, a lock mailbox. Something like, yeah, let's look up residential mailbox. Or, I guess, group mailbox. What would you call it? Yeah, something more like this, where there's a lock, and then there's the outgoing mail, and then is there something on the other side, or is it just the mailman opens it up from the front here? I think there is like a back plate, isn't there? Cluster mailbox. So yeah, because I'm trying to remember if there's something on the back of these for the postman to like unlock all of them at once and put the mail in. Interesting. This one just shows. We're getting it to from the source, the Mailbox Emporium. Okay, so this one shows that there's actually a way of just unlocking it from the front. And then make it easier for me. But okay, front here. So I'm thinking outgoing mail, package box. Yeah. No fill, brush. Because, yeah, we'll have like A, and then we'll have B, as you might imagine, as the next one. And then the outgoing mail, which will be, I guess just another thing like this. And then we'll have a big package box here. Hang on. I need to figure out how to, like, do this properly. There we go. Okay. So we start from the same width there, but then we go 1 pixel smaller on the other side. Okay. So each of these will have a key. This one will not have a key because it's just a thing here. It'll say, like, let's get our detail background here. Oh. What just happened with that? Ah, well. Okay, and then I'll just have another one here. It says, like, outgoing. Oh, right, yeah. This should be... Let's just make it gray. Outgoing. Perfect. And what's the address of this place? It's 4510. A. And 4, 5, 10, B. And then I'll just put an extra thing here. Four, 5, 10. Okay. And then on this side, do we need anything fancy? I don't particularly want to do anything more. But what I will do is I'll make a lighter shade of gray for our keys here. And then I might have a similar thing. I might have like a rectangle in the back, so that way it is like hinted at that there's a whole thing here. Wait, no, we don't need that though. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay. How does this one look? Oh, it needs the shading. So right in here, we need, okay. Wait, what? Hello, I pressed the shading button to select the shading color. Huh? Oh, right. I didn't set this. Okay. There we go. And I'll do, like, right here. So it's clear that there's some sort of cast shadow. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Let's do, like, this. There we are. I'm making textures for a mailbox. But okay, that should indicate that there's some like shape to that one. Yeah, that's good enough. It's kind of just a gray box, but oh well. Okay, the last one is this one, and I'm trying to think. I still want a camera at the top of it, and I want a camera here. So I probably need to do, let's put that here as like camera, or the doctors. They should basically look at you. Okay, and on this one, you know what? I'm on a roll with not doing anything with the back of these mailboxes, so I'm going to keep doing that roll. Oh. So the front of this bad boy. This one is going to have something like this. Oh, wait. Wait, not filled in, no outline. Okay. Let's see if that lines up nicely. It could be a little less on the right-hand side here. Oh, interesting. I put that on the wrong layer. Yeah, let's just move it all in a little bit more. Oh, wait. Okay, there we are. Background. Do I want anything fancy here? No, I don't. Why is this not? There we go. Why is... Am I stupid? There we go. Okay. And I'm going to do the same colors here. There we are. And then actually, I want this to be the fanciest one. Let's do black text for now. And then let's do input mono. What is the... Okay, so this is 303. All right. So to do something with this, I think I'm going to just merge it into this. And then I'm going to do... something with this. So basically, like, gonna bevel it. I know what to do. First of all, get it to be about that color. Well, a little bit darker, actually. And then it's gonna be, like, engraved in here. Need a little bit more. Right in here. There we go. I mean, it looks kind of bad, but that's okay. Because what I also need is I need then... Oh, the logo from the doctor's door. So that should be probably under lab. No. Where is the doctor's door? There it is, science door. I'm just going to get this emblem. Well, I guess it's not that hard to emulate. Let's make it out of the same material at least, though. I like the idea of it being more like this. Nope. There we are. Hopefully, yeah, okay, good. Anything I want to do fancy with this? Because I think it's just going to be... I think this is fine. Wait, I could literally just do that and then subtract that. What the hell is happening? I want it to be like aligned properly. There we go. Okay. Okay, there we are. Details, details, details. Oh, wait, no. Okay, highlights. Digital? That one? This one here. Nope. I think actually I want like that. Does that feel about right with this? Almost. The next thing we do, go back to pixel art. Okay. So we're going from the top-ish left, and let's go to highlights. Just put some of those here. So that way it's clear that this is like embedded on top of this. Okay. And now we should have our mailboxes, and they should look all cool. Okay. So yeah, now we got mailboxes. Hmm. And they're good enough for my tastes. The back is pretty sparse on them, but I don't want to bother. Hmm. Okay, and then for these boxes, do I want to do anything crazy and fancy with them? I think I do need to have the actual, like, address on them. Or, like, some sort of, thing. Hmm. I'll have to figure out what I want. Also, soon I need to make the camera, like, clip into wall, or, like, not clip into walls. That's been a thing that I've been pushing off for a while, because I just it tends to not be very fun to figure it out. That bird is too loud. You're too loud. Yeah, look at this. It's like a whole house. Crazy. Oh, wait, I need to do the, yard sculpture as well. Okay, so today's visuals, yard sculpture. So we got the mailbox textures. I also want to get the mailbox camera. Flipping over the car with a button press. That's not really a thing that I need for that. That's more of a bug thing. Yeah, I still have no idea what this sculpture is actually going to be. I really like how this house turned out. Yeah, it just feels like a specific place, you know? And I think that's really what I want from the game. Like, that these feel like specific people. They don't feel like, just generic people. Which, kind of redundant to say that, but oh well. But you know what I mean? I feel like a lot of video games tend to have characters that are just kind of like video game characters who you do quests for. They don't really have any, like, perception of life or interests. Is there something missing from this? A porch light would be good. I think they all need porch lights, but that'll be our next thing. So visuals, lighting, porch lights, throughout houses. So this is like Bill, Wright, Weston, Carlson. Doctor. Anything else that I need? I guess the lab, or no, the water processing plant. Yeah, this place is still extremely barren inside as well. I need to sit down. Hang on. Okay, my next process, my next step in this glorious thing is, do I want to do the car textures now? No, I don't want to do them now. Custom button prompts. I could do... Yeah, I gotta do those. Okay, so what are the button prompts we need? Not that many. Okay, let's start with a standardized format. So I'm going to do 128 by 128. PlayStation. Controller. Okay, so I'm going to get my, like, colors here. Colors. So let's say this is just going to be, like, UI. Prompts. Gamepad. PS. Yeah, that's fine. See, I think for the colors I'm going to do, like... white. We also need kind of like a default color, because this is a very dark color, as you might have noticed. Too dark even. Like this could be like our interior color for the controller, and then we'd have an outline color which is just going to be straight up black, I think. And then we need triangle. So these should all be pretty light. I wonder if there's any sort of official specification on what these colors are supposed to be. I think it's more like this peach color. Yeah. Eh, close enough. The circle is a darker red. Is that about right? Yeah, that's about right. That's close enough. And then we have our cross, the fabled cross. Specifically, not an X. I've heard that you literally can't publish a PlayStation game if you call it the X button. You must call it the PlayStation trademark cross button. Okay. And then we're going to get our... So we got this... circles. Or no, let's call this, face buttons. Oh, there we are. So I want to have, what if I was about to say, what if I use the multi-tool to basically make 4 of these? So if we did like 4 degrees of symmetry, and then we'd have to rotate this by 45 degrees. And then I just have 4 buttons in exactly the right position, but I don't like how they're... I'm going to put a little dot instead. And that way I know where the boundaries are. There we go. That's a better way, I think, of going about it. So that way I can actually, like... I still have a clear reference for where the center is supposed to be, but I don't have it like too perfect. I've done a similar thing with like comics where like I'll sketch, or when I'm sketching I'll use things like the line tool and circle tool to get exact lines. And then when I'm inking, I won't use those tools. I'll just use a pen and trace over it. So that way there's still the imprecision of a human like hand, but it's not so imprecise that it like loses any meaning. But okay, I think what I do is let's get the background here. Because what I'm thinking, oh, hang on. What? Huh? What does that mean? Okay. So this is what they'll look like by default. Actually, I want this to be, let's say like 50% opacity. So basically, when a button is not relevant, it'll be at half opacity. And then what we can have is like button 0. So yeah, now I need to go through each of these gamepad things and figure out what the actual thing is. Okay, so 0 is down. That is the fabled PlayStation cross button. So we actually need a few things. We need, hang on. I need multiple layers. Boom. Huh? Oh, I see. And then what I need is that. There we are. So that tells you, press the X button. Alright. Button 1 is that one. Button 2. I'm assuming it's... okay, it's square. Okay. So the way that I'll export these is basically... let's go to environment, no, UI, prompts, gamepad, PlayStation should be in here. I guess I could do, well, I don't care. Didn't I make a folder here? Did I not make a folder? Okay, whatever. Just make a folder then. New folder, gamepad, PlayStation. So this will be like button 0, or like, what's it called here? Okay, it's called gamepad. Oh wait, I'm just realizing, this is not how I wanted it to be. This is supposed to be 50%. Like that. In fact, we could even do the same thing with these. Okay, that's better. In fact, there we go. Okay. Do it again. Okay. So that's going to be the general way that these look. And so now I need things like, it's going to be tricky to figure out things like RS. So what are the next gamepad buttons? Gamepad 4 is select. We don't have gamepad 5, I'm noticing. But okay, so on a PlayStation, this is called, has it been called share since the whatever? Hang on. I think I also need the PlayStation buttons here to, yuck. Okay, well, I know what I'm going to do with that. It's going to be, front buttons. Yeah, because basically I'm trying to figure out how long has it been that it's these two buttons. Okay, so we got front buttons. And actually, I realize now what I could have done was just have this, whatever. Basically make the layer itself at 50% opacity. Wait, what? Okay. So basically what I'm going to do is instead of bothering with putting the text in the image, let's see, I guess that's fine. 50% opacity. So this will be button 5, which I'm pretty sure is just the start thing, project settings. Input map. Pad 5. No, pause. It's button 6. So what's button 5? Okay, well. Button 6. And basically the same thing that we did before where we have a wait. We do that. We have this, we do that. And then we'd have, I'm thinking... like this. Hang on. This will be like indicator, and then we'll have a layer style here. Also, I realized that I don't actually need to create a separate clone layer to add a outline to things. Yeah, now I can do, let's do like 2 pixels wide. Okay. And basically that means that now there's a 2-pixel white outline. Well, I don't want anti-aliasing though. Can I change that? Maybe I just change it to 1 pixel? Okay, that's what I need. Also, I'm realizing my white is not the actual... Yeah. It's E. Okay. There we go. Now it's slightly less. So now we have our options button and we have our share button. And I'll need to have text that accompanies these. So I'm going to put that in my visuals as like some button prompts require text and an image. And I'll need to figure out how to like specify that, which will be fun. But okay, that's button 6. Button 7. Which will be almost exactly the same thing. Actually, can I like copy a layer style? I know what I can do. I'm just going to duplicate this layer. Duplicate this layer. Oh, I see. This is what I need. Then we can do like that. Okay. And yeah, I need the text to be separate from the image, which I don't have in my generic pads because this is no longer going to cut it. But okay. So this is now gamepad 6. Gamepad 7, or to complete my thought. I'm trying to figure out how to complete my thought. I'd have to, well, it's going to be localized. So I can't have text in the image. Because otherwise I'd have to make an image for each language. Okay, what's our next challenge? Probably going to be the sticks. So yeah, we got gamepad 7, gamepad 8. These will be sticks. And I'm going to say the way that they work is pad... Wait, what were they? Button 7 and... Wait, I'm so confused. Why is this called gamepad 4 if it's not gamepad 4? Wait, what? Because 6 is that. Hang on. So where's our camera? Axis 5, button 4 is... Okay, I'm very confused now. This is gamepad 4. So yeah, this is not... This is button 4. Then what the hell is... So these are 7 and 8. Okay, so 5 is a mystery. I don't know what 5 is. Let's just look up Godot gamepad buttons. Does it tell us just like the buttons that are listed? Hmm. How to write this, how to write that. I wish it would just... I wonder if there's somewhere where there's a list of these button gamepad numbers. So gamepad button list. So the engine relies on SDL3. Interesting. The behavior should closely match that with other engines using SDL3. Okay, so SDL3 is where we get the gamepad input. SDL3 input. Gamepad. So does it give us just, is there a button list? Enums, So, a gamepad tells you where a button or axis is on the device. You don't speak to gamepads in terms of arbitrary numbers like button 3 or axis 2, but standard locations. I mean, that's not... I mean... whatever. Okay. I'm going to ignore... I'm not going to bother trying to figure out what button 5 is. Let's just do button 7, I think is what we're on now. Yeah, and button 7 is the left stick. So I'm going to say stick. So I'm going to have just a stick. Actually, wait, is this the correct... I need my colors here. And this one, I think I'd actually do just like the same button for both of them. Because I think the issue is I do need to localize LS and RS because there might be languages where there is no... or where they don't use LS and RS, obviously. So how do I make it clear that it's going down? I think what I do is... like that. And also I want the white outline for emphasis. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, wait. Boom. Okay, there we are. Okay, so I think for now I'm just going to call it button 7 and just duplicate this layer, button 8. I could also have like 2 sticks and then like it shows that clicking one, clicking the other. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that. That does mean that now I need this again. Yeah, so I'm going to call this sticks. So yeah, this way, if I can't be bothered to figure out how to do... Let's get this in here so I can figure out like what the actual like sizes should be. Okay, that seems good. Okay. And then this will be 50% opacity. And then what we do is button 7, which is left stick. And I think I'll do the exact same thing where I have a layer that's outlined. So this will be button 7. And then like push, and it'll have our same layer style. And I think it'll just be outline with that. And this will be 1. Because basically... Let's see, so that should be, yeah, that should be good. Button 8. And then delete this. I probably shouldn't have had these at such a tilted angle, but oh well. Let's also get a little bit of the black color in here for like shading, I think, because it's getting a little bit muddy in terms of like what is actually happening here. So I think basically like that. Wait, hang on. Oh wait, button 8. Does this make any sense to anyone? I'll see if it does. But okay. So now we can export gamepad 7. Gamepad 8. Okay. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then there's some mysterious axis that is not in here. Oh, because it's, yeah, because it's axis 4, axis 5. Okay. So this is going to be right triggers, or let's say right shoulder. So yeah, let's see what a right shoulder looks like. Kind of goes like this. So this would be 1 and 2. Okay, so this is shoulder. So we now need button 10 and axis 5. And as usual, 50% opacity there. Okay. Wait, who is who? This is the button. Okay, and then axis 5. Okay. Okay, left shoulder. And this one is flipped the other way. Hang on. I should probably have this as like reference to see what I did. Okay. Because I don't need it to be symmetrical, but I do want it to be similarly sized. Actually, why don't I just mirror it? Oh well. I've already started the process. Yeah, good enough. Okay. So this is button 9? What was it? Yeah, button 9, axis 4. Okay. And then I guess the last things I need are the up, down, left, and right. Okay. So D pad. All right, and this one also get that. There we are. And this one I might just do 4 things. Yeah, you know what? This one I will make symmetrical. Let's even make it octagonally symmetrical. Yeah, because this peculiar shape of the PlayStation D-pad, there's no way a human being would ever be able to, like, figure that out on their own. There we go. Okay. So now we need this old song and dance. But okay, what is the order in which these are? Top, bottom, left, right. Weird. Button 11. Yeah, because, yeah, it's weird that this one goes bottom, right, left, top. Ah, well. Oh, wait, hang on. This is what I need. There we go. Okay. So what was it again? Top, bottom? Okay. Button 13. Left. Okay. Button 14. Or is that so difficult? There we go. Alright, so this should be the last of the PlayStation. Gamepad 11. Gamepad 12. Oh. Pad 13. Gamepad 14. Okay, so now I need the ability to get custom pads for our input manager, and I think I know how to do that, which is input management. I will just create a new, hang on, in our UI now. New scene, node, input, yeah, you know what, let's say that. Input management, is this, hello, video game? Can I, like, click the thing, please? Can I click this and then drag it up to here? Can I add a script to this? Can I click anything in the fucking window? I guess not. I guess I'll just restart Godot. I love Godot. I love that this is the horse that I've tied my carriage to. Sometimes the mouse just stops working, but that's okay. Sometimes it just has 79 errors with no explanation, and that's also okay. Okay. So what I want is now export var custom prompt dictionary of gamepad to a string. So the directory in which to search for custom pads of a given type. Okay, so let's say, so we need our gamepad type now. So let's see if this even works. Okay, so we got our keys, generic, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo. So now we need to, I want this to be an export path, file path. Array string or packed string array, but type this was given instead. That's going to be fun to figure out. You know what? I have a good idea. Export group. Custom paths. And what it's going to be instead is export path. Can this be a directory? So export file, except the file will be stored as a raw path. This means that it may become invalid when the file is moved. If you're using a resource path, consider export file. Can we export a directory instead? Export dir. Okay, we can. For custom PS pad, or let's say custom PlayStation, custom Xbox, custom Nintendo, custom generic. Okay. So yeah, now what I can do is UI prompts gamepad PlayStation. And for generic as well, we'll have UI prompts gamepad PlayStation. Man, hang on. Wasn't this supposed to be like a group that was like, what does group do? Define a new group for the following exported properties. This helps to organize properties in the inspector doc. Oh, okay, I see. I swapped these around. There we go. So now what I can do is when we go here and then back to here, custom paths. So yeah, now they're all fixed, and we can have these set as they are. And that means that now I need to figure out, let's see, gamepad type. Whenever we get the action name, so get input string. Whenever we do get input string, oh, this means that now the actual prompts need to get this. Hang on. How do these work? Show image. So yeah, we need to load the image from a custom directory. Ah, viz remap. Axis 6, axis 7. What? What are axis 6 and axis 7? We don't even have... What? Left stick...
this is clicking in the left stick. Gamepad 6 and 7 don't even exist anymore. I think that must have been, yeah, let's remove that. Because that was for the Axis, I'm pretty sure that was for these originally, but Godot 3 to Godot 4, the name was changed. But okay, what I'm going to do is now I'm going to have, let var image equals input management dot get prompt image action if image show image img else show text input string. And actually we can do that with input string. So we'll just do function get input. Actually load input image string pass. And this will actually be a texture. Okay. Because yeah, basically now input prompts need to get this from here. Cannot infer type of image. Yeah, because we need to load prompt or input image. Okay. And then we don't need that. Okay. So yeah, var device. Let's do prompt path. It's now going to be up here. Then let's do const. Well, actually, if we have a custom path, I'll figure out how to do that. But basically, input string not declared in the current scope, because this should be input string. There we go. So let's do device string. Prompt. Well, match if not prompt okay. Oh, and then we return that, else return load or return null. Okay. Now we can have pictures for anything. And also I want custom keyboard. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is var custom prompt string. So basically if not custom prompt, we get our device and then we set the prompt. And if we have a custom prompt, that means that it's going to be a directory. So we do prompt equals, I'm going to call this like the path. Well, I won't call it anything. This should equal custom prompt plus input string. Or I guess Okay. I'm going to call this F prompt path, because I typically use this for when we have format strings. But yeah, by default we have prompts this slash that dot png, and when we have a custom prompt, it's just going to add it to here. And what we're going to do is match gamepad type. Actually, let's do if using gamepad. Gamepad type else, or elif custom keyboard prompt equals custom keyboard. Okay, and then here what it'd be is gamepad dot Nintendo if custom Nintendo. Actually, we can literally just do custom prompt. Like, we can literally just set this unambiguously, because we always have, like, if the custom prompt is empty, then it's empty, and we don't add it. Prompt equals custom Nintendo. Gamepad PlayStation, custom prompt equals custom PlayStation. Add dot Xbox. Otherwise, custom prompt, custom generic. Okay. So this means now we have the meats. Or basically, now we have custom keyboard prompts for Xbox, or for PlayStation controllers, and we have a system for adding those generically. And we can set those for any number of things. It didn't work. Why did it not work? Hang on. Okay. So we are using the gamepad. Oh, right, hang on. It's because we need to go back to our globals, because we're no longer using input management from here. We need to have input management from UI. So if we go to I for input management, this is the one that now we have, and that should go up. Okay, okay. So now it should be able to specify all this stuff, so let's just skip that. There we are. Oh, but the, because some of them require text, it's not quite, where I want it to be yet. So that means, how do I set that for a given thing? I think it's just going to be, what would it be? Let's do like a const required text. So basically, any inputs that require special text, I think this should be in the input prompt, I think. That require translated text. Based on the PlayStation. Or let's say, so this is going to be like gamepad dot I know. Const ig equals dot gamepad. Actually, I'm going to have it so that it's going to be generic. Okay. ig.nintendo. And basically, what we'd have here is, for example, here, Gamepad 7 turns into ls. Pad 8 rs. And generically, Gamepad 6 would be start. 7 would be, no, Gamepad 4 would be select. And so, for example, on the PlayStation, this would be share, and this would be options. And I don't know what it'd be on Nintendo, but that'd be fine. IG dot, oh wait, no. And here, so we'd also need, for example, Gamepad 9 and 10. Four, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is LB and RB. And then we'd also have axis 4 and axis 5. This would be like LT, RT. And for example, on PlayStation as well, these would be different because this is L1, R1, L2, R2. And on Nintendo, I have forgotten what they're called. Hang on. I have a GameCube controller in my house. What I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to look at a Switch Pro controller. We need to see what the buttons are called on this bad boy. Ah, I see. Plus. So, for example, these are minus, plus. Nintendo broken on shoulder buttons. Because they're like ZRZ. Okay, RZR, LZL. Okay. Oh, L R ZL ZR. So yeah, a rather robust system here, and our input prompt should now needs basically this here. So when we have the texture, hang on, what is happening here? So expand mode, ignore size. What's our things here? I'm gonna say, let's put this to like 64 by 64 just for the sake of it. Just so that I can see what's happening. I think what I need now is an HBox container. So now we have the key, or the image prompt. And then label will be custom text. Okay, this is going to be show image. So we have image texture 2D. So now actually we need the input string as well. Or what I'm going to do is, yeah, let's have a custom text. So yeah, we need key prompt hide, image prompt show. and then image prompt texture / texture equals that. Oh, sorry. Custom text equals custom, no, extra text. And what we need now is, if there's an image, I know. If input management dot using gamepad let of RTC or GC equals input management dot gamepad type. All right, let's say this extra text like that. And actually, that means that this is translated. So yeah, any gamepad that needs to... Actually, we should probably have this be like a pad plus extra text. Well, actually, isn't there a thing where like we can have like context on the things? String name context, yeah, we'll have that here instead as like prompt or like button. So yeah, now we can localize these button names. And hopefully this is like fine here. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so when we have a gamepad type, if input string in required text GC extra text equals required text GC input string elif input string in required text input G generic So basically my thinking here is if there is a generic rename, then we will use that. Otherwise, if there's a specific override for our controller, we'll use that. And this is mostly because by default, I'm just going to assume everything's an Xbox controller, on PC at least. And so this means that now there should be extra text with our left and right sticks. So it should just say, so it gives us the little prompt, and it should give us, oh, right, now we need a image prompt. Oh wait, hang on. I see more of these. Okay. So now we should have a much more robust system, and you can see there. It's not, there's not enough space between the prompts now. So what I'm gonna do is theming. Hang on. Isn't there like a theme override system? Wait, where is that? Isn't this a thing that's like, I know what it is. It's because this does not have, oh geez. This is because almost every single place where I use one of these input prompts, I actually use a custom H box. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to put a control in here, and I'm just going to put some padding to the right of this. It's just going to be a custom minimum size of like 20 pixels or something. And so that way, there should always be, let's try this again. There should always be some, oh wait, no. That's what I needed. There's going to be 20 pixels between the prompt and what you're looking at. And that way, huh? Oh, it's holding Alt for some reason. There we go. Okay, so now we have RB, LB, LS. It's still too much space now. But okay. So now we have the PlayStation controls, and let's make sure that that works with all of our things. So we have square, select, show. I know what we need. We need, so this is actually going to equal that. There we go. So now it's a bit less ambiguous. So we press select. That's the wrong name. It's supposed to be share on PlayStation. Oh, wait, but we're not on a PlayStation controller because it currently doesn't identify that we actually have that. Yeah, so these are still generic prompts. Okay, so I need custom prompts for generic as well. And I think also custom prompts for keyboard because they look pretty bad. So yeah, let's say generic and keyboard. So yeah, we got that. Also, we need the ability to detect, so yeah, I'm glad that I got that done. Detect controller type. Because yeah, now it's localization proof. Why is the... Oh, I see, because... Hang on. We're going to do if extra text. This is going to be a label. And we're going to do c.show else c.hide. Boom, perfect. So now we can see down there it has a little X button. Without a father figure, our son's going to turn gay. I should probably have the small mode actually, I don't know. It might be a bit too hard for people to see, and it might be better to just show the button itself rather than the whole, like, all four buttons. Because I do like that in general. So, for example, the fact that it shows you that highlights the top button. So it's like, oh, that's specifically the button above the trigger. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, yeah, we don't have a way of, like, changing the size of this text now. Or, like, no, we don't have the ability to scroll this text anymore. And that's an issue. So let's put that in here as well. Scroll through items and journal entries. So lighting. I will. Welcome back, by the way. Yeah, I did mailboxes today. Admittedly, I'm actually right on the end, or right on the verge of ending the stream, because I've done most of my work for today. And I'm starving to death. Oh. But I can get some nice B-roll. I like this car. Mm-hmm. I do it every now and then. Oh yeah, this was most of the work today was this house. I made the outside look real fancy. So now you can see he likes planes. Or at least has an old plane. Or propeller. Yeah. Yeah, this place is coming along. I need more jumps. That's what I need. Just more things to ramp off of and cause mayhem. Yeah, some other things I want are probably grass along the path, so that way it's easier to see it. And then... oh yeah. Other major things... oh. It's so much louder when you're up close to the engine. Yeah, it's like right in your ear. That's not very fun. I'm gonna put that as bugs. Car too loud when you're zoomed in. Where is that gonna be? Bugs, probably. Too loud when zoomed in. Don't walk in dialogue. That's fair. Dialogue hinting that ghosts glow. I think I have that now. Some dialogue hinting at the river woman. I think that's there. When failing to cross the bridge, put the car somewhere good. That's fixed. Have a note when the doctor's out saying where he is. Replace exit with back. More dialogue that gives hints. Invisible after getting tossed. I think I fixed this one. No, I think it was because when you were zoomed in with the player. Hang on. Let's go to Mama Bear. Let's just fix some little bugs. Attack. So when we grab the player... player do not disturb. Sprite emote. I think what we would do is player.set or cam set zoom false. Also, this player should be just a normal player. That way I get a lot more stuff. A lot more hints. Okay, because yeah, I think what it was this needed to be here. Let's test that. Basically, in first person, I think the bug was, if you got attacked by the bear, you would be invisible. Okay. Okay. Now we zoom out. And we should be visible. What if I zoom in here? Aha! That's where that happens. Okay. So if we're zoomed in while we're, so when do we do... I think what I should just do here is maybe set zoom to false here. Or maybe, what do we do that's causing this? I think it's when we set the camera... so we set cam zoom false here. You know, let's just set this here. But okay. So yeah, now we're invisible. Even when we... wait, even when we zoom in and out. How is that possible? Oh, now I'm really screwed up. I can't actually, like, interact with the car. Huh. I think it's deeper than just not zooming out the camera at the proper time, it looks like. But okay, if we do this now. Yeah, there's a bunch of issues with the zooming, it seems. Well, okay, at least now that works. But yeah, if you're zoomed in while the bear is attacking you, that also does that. Disc toss. Clear interactable, collie. So, are we doing something here? So yeah, body mode equals disc toss. Set BM, match BM. If to add not equal to body. So let's just do if BM not equal to body mode. We set this to false. Because, yeah, it's doing something with the cam reset positioning stuff. Wait, why did I leave? Why did I turn off the game? Oh well. I guess there is possible, like, messed up state. Wait, what? Why does the camera zoom in now? What? Hang on. I didn't know that was even a thing that happened. Was that always a thing? Hang on. I think it's supposed to be further, first of all. Car. So yeah, I think now, what is that distance? So it should be camera distance somewhere in here. Let's do like 3.5. Actually, hang on. Is that in the car? Okay. What's our standard body camera distance? Camera distance is 1.7. What is happening then? Okay, so it was just setting this to the wrong values by default? I don't have the faintest idea what's happening now. I've somehow completely screwed up this. Okay, I think this is not correct. Whatever that is. Distance. Yeah, okay. Wait, hang on. Yeah, whatever I'm doing here, it's 100% screwed up. This function should not be there. This should be... Actually, let's just have like a rig camera distance. We'll just have like export var camera distance 1.75. And what I'll do is just have this anytime we do anything. We just always set the camera distance. Oh wait, no. To add should be okay. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, we should just have... So, when do we actually set the body? I guess we just do that here. Anytime. Okay, so now we're going to have a new property called camera distance. It's going to do something. I don't know exactly why I was setting the position of the camera directly. Because, yeah, it seemed to be basically we weren't actually zooming out. But yeah, now the camera is not in a weird position. It's not, like, weirdly far. And then if we go into here... So why are we... What the hell's happening here? What are we tweening to? From and to. Are we tweening anything? I mean, we shouldn't be doing this, I guess. Z bool. I think it must be this. And this is happening because if rig.zoomed set zoom Z. So does this do anything where we do like zoomed dot? Okay, so if we Are there any other tweens? Because it seems like it's only because of set zoom. Okay, so what I'm going to do, set zoom false. I don't think we need this in as many places. So yeah, like here, for example, I don't think I need that. And it seems like setting it multiple times is messing stuff up because I didn't design it properly. I'm just going to see if that's the issue. Because that is the like one thing I changed. Yeah, I think camera distance might be a thing that I just don't deal with. Why am I so much further? I don't understand how this possibly occurs. Because yeah, now we're like 3 times further away. Which makes sense, except for the fact that, like, I don't know where that's happening. Because we only set that in one... Okay, I see. Cam set zoom. When we do this, cam parallel tween property. So I think what I do is just have this not here. And what we do instead is if zoomed camera position. So what is our other thing? Rig camera position. Okay, so if we're zooming in, we go from our current position to this position. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to go to camera distance here. Like this. Camera position, go to there. And then what I'm going to do is if we aren't zoomed... I'm going to go to camera distance, set, see, if not, or let's just have this, or like if not zoomed, if we have FOV tween that, and then we're going to do a tween to that. There we are. Actually, let's just do if zoomed return. Okay. So now what it should do is when we have the camera distance set to a different value, it should actually set it. And then does this interpolate gracefully? I guess it doesn't. Oh, right. The computer still thinks I'm holding Alt. Okay. So now if we get into the car, it should zoom out. It did the opposite. Yeah, it zoomed in from a far distance, which is interesting. Why did it do that? Because between our position here, when we camera distance... Let's see what's happening there. Maybe this is that. Yeah, because those should be the 3 places where we control the camera position. Let's go to the player. Camera. So that's where we set the cull. That's fine. This is not correct. We don't set that there. Okay. So that could be part of it. Because, yeah, when we set body, camera, distance, is there any place here where we return early? No. Because, yeah, we set the body mode, then we do that stuff, then we do to add. So, yeah. We should be setting this correctly. Enter vehicle. When we enter a vehicle... Okay. Here's where we do that. Rig.camera distance equals car.camera distance. Okay. That wasn't being set properly. Because everything's jank and everything's broken. The world is just coming together. But okay, now, when we get into the car, it actually, like, gets us out of it. Oh, interesting. Now, both the car and I are invisible. Which is a cool new development here. Why is that the case? I know what it is. Okay, it's because when I exited the car, it did not set it to be visible again, which it should do. Exit vehicle, body show, be normal. So yeah, we should set our vehicle to be shown. Because if it's invisible, yeah. Okay, so now we can do this. We're in the car. If we go into here, get out, we can now see the car, then we zoom out. We can't see ourselves for some reason. That's cool. I don't know why that's the case, though. So what happens that isn't happening properly when we are normal? Or when we zoom out? So like cam set zoom. Is it because our body is not... Oh wait, no. This collision layer is fine. I think what it should... You know what? I'm just going to do exit vehicle. We're just going to set cam set zoom false. Then we're going to be normal. So that destroyed... So that made the car invisible still. How is that still invisible? Hmm. So yeah, the car is not properly exiting. The car is not, why would that happen? And also, I'm going to save right next to the car so I can stop walking all the way over here to test this. There we go. So let's first test if I get in the car like this. Okay, so already a key issue. The car should be invisible when we do that. And also, why are we, like, not, like, in the correct position for the car? So yeah, you can see we are invisible. The camera is still in the same field of view. How is it so fucked up? How could it possibly be this fucked up? Because, like, it should be... We should have, like, the camera visible here. So, like, hang on. Let's go to the rig. Like, first, like, there's a lot of things here. Camera distance. Yeah, it's the correct distance here. And then, we set our body collision layer. We should be setting our body to be visible if we're zoomed in. Body.enter first person. Okay, yeah, because we have this. And we should be calling exit first person. So, like, hang on. Let's check our body. Our body is... Okay, it's collision mask stuff. It's visible. Is our camera layer not like, Let's go back to the rig. Let's go back to the camera. Our cull mask is correct, I think. No? Yeah? Yeah, we have everything that it seems to need. So literally, what is the issue here? Because when we do zoomed, we are not zoomed. Pitch angle is that. So everything seems correct. Except for the actual, like, properties of the camera and the visibility. So, like, what's our position? Why is our position that? Why isn't our position the thing that it's supposed to be? We literally set it to be, so if we're zoomed, so zoomed equals Z, if we are zooming in, we tween to this position. Otherwise, we tween to this position. What? And now it works? Okay, so here, camera distance is 3.5. Oh, I know what it is. It's because the camera distance... Okay. Hang on. It's because camera distance is killing the thing here. Hang on. So what we need to do is when we're camera setting zoom, before we do anything, so we should not zoom out here. We should zoom out. I think we do need to set this here. Set zoom false right there. No, right before we add... Hi, welcome back. I'm trying to figure out how exactly to make it so that when you zoom into a car, the car is invisible, because I don't want the player to have to see the car. Okay, so I'm going to skip that because I don't need that yet. So when we get into the car, the camera zooms away a little bit. And that's good. And then when we zoom in and get out of the car, both the player and the camera, or both the player and the car are now invisible. And I don't have any idea how that could possibly be happening. Because I know how the car is invisible, which is it's just not calling the, like, invisibility thing. So yeah, let's do, where's my camera rig? Yeah, we should not tween this property here. So let's do if not FOV tween. We do that. Yeah. Or actually, her original body is removed from the tree entirely, and she's replaced with a sprite. So not quite. She actually becomes the node itself, and the node just has an extra sprite for Kitty. Which actually makes it even more confusing, because there's no reason that the player's standard body should even be invisible. Because it's not being set to be invisible. Yeah, so let's check the player's standard body. If we go to the player. Yeah. Or process. Let's do, can I, like... Okay, there we go. What I want here is to check the standard body. So the standard body should be visible. Yeah, okay. And then what I want to do is exit vehicle. And that's that. Body mode, and then we do all of our stuff here. So let's do this. So if I get out here, our standard body should still be visible. No, good-o. Body.hide. Let's see what we do. So body.visible. How are we invisible in the time between Is it because we're calling enter first person? I feel like this has to be it. So if we go to the standard body, enter first person, exit first person. And what I'm going to do for the vehicle as well is function no, exit vehicle. Oh wait, wrong thing. We're going to do body.exit first person. Be normal. Okay, so we should be exiting first person now. I think... Is there any instance ever where I hide. What I'm just going to do is I'm just going to click show. I'm just going to say that. I don't know why on earth the player wouldn't be visible when they are not ever being removed, or they're not ever being hidden, as far as I can see. But okay. Good. It thinks I'm holding Alt. I love that. I love that my keyboard doesn't work. Okay, now it functions normally. I think because of the combination of... Oh, wait. But now this doesn't work. So why is our camera distance not working now? Like this... Hang on. So what is our camera distance here? It should be... Wait. This is where it should have been. Hang on. I don't need that. Okay, where is this being set? Oh, it's being set in activate... No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait, yes, it does. Hang on. We need to do this. No, I just need to have... Hang on. This is all wrong. We just need to have another vehicle body. Like, we just need to have, like... var vehicle body. What's the class of the car? Yeah, so this is going to be player car. Okay, so to add. So match BM, let's do if to add is not equal to body, body mode dot vehicle body. Okay, and also enter vehicle. Here what we do is vehicle body equals car. Body mode is equal to the vehicle body. And then when we have to add in this, okay. And then if we have to add, we do this stuff. And then body equals to add, camera distance equals body distance. Okay. So that should hopefully fix all of that mess, because basically before I wasn't using the same system for the car because it's the only type of body that already exists in the world. So, like, the player can turn into, like, a ghost or a ball and things like that, which changes how this works. But now, the camera zooms out. And then I can get out of the car. And then we can zoom in, get out. Huh, interesting that something weird happens when I'm zoomed in, and then, like, weird. We move the player position somehow. So, like, when I'm zoomed in and enter a car, I don't know what's happening. Huh. Something weird's happening. Oh well. Yeah, I like the car. But okay, so I think that's working now. And I think this means that the Because now what it does is it just never lets you stay in first person when you're switching between body modes. And that should hopefully, like, unmess things up. Yeah, I've been thinking about where I want more ramps to be. Gotta Austin's powers it a little bit. Yeah, because there's at least one ramp. Which is actually an important one for... Like, it's one of the 3 ways to get around the bridge on this side. And yeah, I've mentioned it before, but for some reason, it goes faster in reverse. Yeah, I had like train crashing sounds and things like that as well. But okay, now we're over to this side. So the next things I need over here are a playground, and some spooky decoration for the house, and some, I guess, I still need all of the, like, furniture for all of these houses. There's so much stuff. I'll just get, like, generic furniture or something. And I think for the low-res lady's house... The only way to actually get into this house is by getting into this house and then jumping from the top of this. But okay, what bugs did I fix? I think that fixed zooming in. So invisible after getting tossed. I think that fixed that. So splash can spawn low, clearly indicate repeat dialogue. I think... left stick for UI navigation, sort options menu. Right. More indication to talk to Mr. Weston about the cones. Avoid potential soft lock if you sneak into the tunnels. Alright, what are the other things I want? I think I'm gonna call that there. I think that's about it for today. Because I still do want to go on a nice walk. And there's a bit of sun left. Alright, add-ons, input. So what did I do here? Right, a whole new world of possibilities for that. So, like, much more robust stylizing. Or, like, more robust stylizing. Or customization. I know, more Oh. What remotes do I have? Just the remote, okay. Oh wait, hang on. Science door does not need to be here. Okay. Why is there so much stuff? Oh, it's because I never actually merged. I never did that. Oh well. Merge branch of master and, oh, whoops. Master and did too much other stuff. Well, that's funny. But okay. I will be back, similar time, similar place tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. I know most of the people here only came by like in the last like 30 to 10 minutes or so. But thank you anyway. I'll be back tomorrow. See you then.